Good evening and welcome to the special meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors for May 5th, 2025 at 7 p.m. We will have closed session at 7 p.m. and open session at 7:30. Our teleconference location is Oxford Preparatory Academy, South Orange County. Public comment opportunities. Members of the public may make comments at special meetings of the board of directors regarding closed session items, agendized items, and non-agendized items. Comments may be made in person or via Zoom teleconference. Please turn in your comment card to the board secretary, Michael DeLune. Requests for comment may also be submitted via electronic submission or email. Submissions must be received prior to the start of applicable community input time. If members of the public wish to email comments to be read during the meeting, please email them to publiccomments@opaschools.org by 7 p.m. on May 5th, 2025. Public comments, including email comments, shall be limited to 3 minutes per comment with up to 20 minutes of public comments per topic on the agenda. Board members cannot respond when public comments are given. Under the Brown Act, public comment is a one-way conversation. All comments are captured and will be followed up accordingly. Reasonable accommodation. With at least 48 hours notice, any individual with a disability who requires reasonable accommodation to participate in the board of directors meeting may do so by requesting assistance by contacting public comments at opaschools.org or 949-600-9050. The video and audio recordings of the meetings will be posted on the OPA website approximately 24 to 48 hours after the meeting. The public may attend the board meeting in person or via Zoom webinar at Zoom meeting ID 320-324-6235. With this, I am calling the meeting to order. The meeting is called to order by board president at 7:04 p.m. We will start with a roll call vote. Member Travis is here. Dr. Smith? Present. Member DeLune? Not here. Member Feiler? Here. Okay. And Dr. Shaw?
Here.
Wonderful. Thank you. B, approval of the agenda for the special meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors on May 5th, 2025. It is recommended that the Board of Directors approve the agenda for the special meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors on May 2025. May I please have a motion?
I motion to approve the board agenda for May 5th.
May I please have a second? Wonderful. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. None opposed? So moved. Next, community input on closed session agenda items. Members of the public may make comments on items listed in closed session agenda items only. A speaker may not relinquish their time to another person. In the absence of Member DeLune, are there any comments regarding items listed on closed session? In the closed session?
No, there are not.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Moving on to closed session for discussion and possible action. The meeting will be moved to closed session at 7:05 p.m. There are 3 items for discussion. Conference with real property negotiation 54956.8, public employee performance evaluation, executive director 54957, and public employee appointment dismissal, discipline or release 54957. With that, we will move to closed session. Thank you. Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to the special meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors on May 5th, 2025. We are reconvening to open session at 7:41. There is nothing to report out from closed session. Next is flag salute. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, items for discussion and presentation. Oxford Preparatory Academy Middle School and Saddleback Valley Elementary Proposition 39 Facilities Utilization Process, Dr. Parker, Executive Director.
Thank you, Board of Education and all of the members of our community tonight. I have some information to share with you regarding just what are the rules, regulations, and process for Prop 39 that we engage in with our constituents, and then what does that mean for us. So first of all, the Oxford Preparatory Academy does not own our own facilities, which means we have to enter into facility use agreements with our member districts. And that would be the Capistrano Unified School District and the Saddleback Valley Unified School District. Facility use agreements can be multi-year, meaning 2, 3, 5-year contracts, or it can be a single-year contract. And so we actually have experienced a bit of both of those. Our South Orange County or SOC site has a multi-year contract, and that is with the Capistrano Unified School District, whereas the middle school and our SV campus has a single-year contract. So every single year for SV and for the middle school, we engage in the Prop 39 proposal process in order to secure our space and facility use agreements throughout the course of every single year. Just a little bit about when we do receive facility use agreements or when we do receive a final offer, it is really important to adhere to the Brown Act. Our board has to follow. And so in order for them to even have a discussion, view the documents and understand and have a collective discussion, they must either have a special board meeting like we're having tonight scheduled, or it can happen at a regularly scheduled meeting. However, at the special board meetings, no decisions or votes can happen. Votes would happen in open session at the regularly scheduled meeting. So in summary, for Prop 39, it's just a brief overview of the back and forth, and we're going to see a timeline. And then this slide is on who is involved, but we're going to see a timeline next to see like how through the course of the year we actually go through and engage in this process. But the applicable entities would be the charter schools, the school districts that I mentioned before, where we enter into these facility use agreements, and then our authorizing agencies. And then just to support the process that we all go through on the administrative end here at OPA, it really starts off with a checklist for us. We have to solidify our enrollment projections, meaning the current enrollment we have and future projected enrollment for the following year. And then we also have to look at our ADA or our average daily attendance to see how frequently students are attending our schools throughout the course of the year. Once we compile all of that, then that information allows our administration to really put forth a proposal to the member district, in this case, it's Saddleback Valley Unified School District, for what space we would need to house the students that we serve that would normally reside in Saddleback Valley School District. So we compile all of that information for them and then make a request to how much space that it is needed for us to actually educate those students within our facility. So here is the applicable timeline that we go through every single year. It all starts with the facility use request. So in the beginning of the year, Mr. Law and myself, we compile a proposal again of the enrollment data, future projected enrollment, and our ADA. And then we carve out an adequate amount of space that to educate those students would take. So we do that around November 1st of every single year. The district then wants to validate, we go back and forth throughout November, December, January, and February to validate what our enrollment is, what our projected enrollment is, and then also that ADA number. And so we have to have a compilation of documents and evidence, much of which we ask parents to participate in. When we ask you to confirm your enrollment in the fall, we're actually confirming enrollment for this process. So when parents submit the forms, and that's why it's so important for us to get 100% of those forms filled out, because everything constitutes a piece of evidence and a piece of documentation that solidifies that these are the students that we are educating, and that SVUSD would have to create space for us to educate those children. So under the Prop 39 guidelines. So you yourself as parents actually help us solidify the space that we need. So that goes back and forth until about February. After February, then we try to come to an agreement as to what that enrollment and ADA number is. They try to discount our enrollment and we try to quantify our enrollment. So we kind of go back and forth. And in February, they try to offer our preliminary offer. A preliminary offer really entails the amount of classrooms. So based on that enrollment number, how many classrooms does that equate to under the guise of Prop 39? How many field spaces, parking lots, restrooms, office spaces, ancillary support spaces would actually come together to serve that agreed upon enrollment of students. So that's really what the preliminary offer is. And that's the first taste of the amount of space that we would project to get. In this experience that we've had, it was the amount of space that we currently have, the number of classrooms we currently have, plus X number that would account for the enrollment that we've agreed to. Then we move on to March. So if we have a dispute in any of that between OPA and Saddleback Valley, then we can state why we believe our enrollment is a certain number and why we should have access to additional space. So we do have one more time that we can go back and forth and try to negotiate for more space or an allocation of space. It isn't until April that we receive SVUSD's final offer. And the final offer really has it has like all of the details of a facility use agreement that you would think it would contain. It has the name of the property where we would be occupying, how many classrooms, all the ancillary spaces. It's on a map and it's kind of spelled out as to what we would have access to based on the enrollment projection that we agreed to with SVUSD. And then we go into, once we receive that final offer, then we go into the approval process. So that's where we currently are. So last Monday on April 28th, we received the SVUSD's final offer for the Saddleback Valley site and for the middle school site locations. And so scheduling a meeting for the board to discuss this is really the first time that the board has an opportunity to come together because of the Brown Act to actually discuss the agreements, ask questions, and make sure that they thoroughly understand all of the component parts out of that agreement. And that would include if there's any rent owed to the SVUSD, or if we are going to be assuming maintenance, operations, utilities of the school site. So all of that is outlined in that final facility use agreement for us. I know that when we went into this facility use timeline, SVUSD was having their own timeline, and they were engaging their public as they were trying to put forth a consolidation effort for schools. And so whenever a public agency would have to consolidate schools or surplus property, they have to engage in what's called the 7-Eleven committee. And that committee is structured and set forth so that the public knows if there's a consolidation effort. Whenever we have our public schools, they become very steeped in tradition and history, and people have a tremendous commitment and connection to their schools that they've gone to. So whenever a district has to consolidate schools, it can be a very difficult process. And so they want to make sure that they have ample time to tell their public which schools could be considered for consolidation and why. And then they go through a structured system and structure to actually consolidate the school. So in this case, SVUSD did engage in that over the winter months, and they were able to consolidate a school as a result of that. So we could guess or assume, there's a lot of rumors that kind of went around during that time, But until we get the final offer, we really don't know what's going to be offered to us. And in this case, we do know that SVUSD has consolidated schools in the past, and they did again, but there was multiple schools that if they were going to offer a school to us, we didn't know which one or where or what that would look like. And so in cases where we don't know, we can't unfortunately share that with our public until we do get that final agreement. So what's required to be compliant with Prop 39 would be that SVOC would have to offer us a reasonable equivalent space. So whatever you would project a in-district SVUSD student to have access to, according to Prop 39, that we would have the same access for our students as well. We try to have them be contiguous facilities, meaning in a close proximity, but there is no cap or guideline on what that quantifies to. So there is no, we try to do that. We try to ask for that, but there is no set fast rule that they have to abide by. Furnishing and equipping the school sites. They do have to give us some furnishing and outfitting of the schools. There are some things that don't automatically come over. For example, like Wi-Fi hotspots or points for our communication systems to come in. We would have to do that ourselves. But like repurposing smaller toilets to larger toilets, that would be something that SVUSD would have to do. Some facilities in terms of furniture, outfits of classrooms, things that you would find on the interiors of classrooms, SVUSD would have to provide for us as well. And that's all outlined in that facility use agreement. And then finally, just the maintenance and utilities. We go back and forth to see who's going to be the operational entity that is going to maintain the facility, a school site, and the utilities, or is this in a rental agreement where we pay them rent, much like you would a leasee, and then they would maintain the building. When we go on to like the legal compliance, so like I said before, just to recap a bit, what we do as a charter is we provide our enrollment and ADA projections and calculations, and we do that with documentation so that we can solidify those numbers. And again, all of our families help us, especially when the intent to returns come out in the fall. That is specifically geared towards the Prop 39 application that we go through. District LEAs can offer, so SVUSD can offer an independent location or a cohabitation location. So they could offer us a facility that we could inhabit as a single entity. We may not inhabit all of the facility. We may only inhabit in part. That would depend on the number of students we have enrolled. So they could offer us a facility, but then withhold certain spaces because we just don't have the enrollment to utilize those spaces. We could have a cohabitation situation where we could live on the same school site with SVUSD and or with another entity. So that's an option that has to be spelled out in the facility use agreement. And then you could have a dispersal situation where if you came into and requested Prop 39 facilities, they could disperse us. And so those are the three options we have. We always want to be together and have a united organization, which in this case, we have been successful at having. And so that would continue moving forward. District LEA has the right to give us that final proposed offer. And at any time, if the board of directors feels like something is amiss or something's not quite right, we can, object to different parts of, the months leading up to this process. And so we want to make sure that we're always advocating for our school, for OPA, for our families, and for our students. And I think the board has been quite successful at doing that. There are a couple myths and facts that we just want to kind of go over. One of them is that OPA can demand a specific facility or location, and we can't demand a specific facility or location. We can only make sure that our enrollment and our ADA projections are such that it equals X amount of space, and then the district is obligated to give us that amount of space. But that doesn't necessarily mean a certain building, a certain facility, or a certain location. The other myth is that OPA enters into a negotiation process back and forth for the facilities, and the negotiation really is about, like I said before, it's solidifying those enrollment numbers and that ADA and that would equate to the space. It's not going back and forth and saying we want this space to look this way and we want this much of this. And so that's not the negotiation. The negotiation is solidifying our enrollment because our enrollment equals the space that they must provide for our organization. And finally, that OPA, the communication and collaboration with US stakeholders throughout the process is decreased during that time. And so until we have the final offer, we really don't have something to tell in terms of what it is that we're getting. And so in cases where they have that opportunity to go through whatever the SVUSD process is to determine what space and what facility they're going to allocate to us. We're not a part of those conversations. But once that final offer comes to us, then we can share with our public what the offer is and then engage our public in a collaborative space to determine if there's any problems, questions, concerns with what that final facility use offer looks like. How do we mitigate those concerns? How do we make sure that we are addressing our parents' needs and making sure that we're mitigating some of those concerns that do arise? So once we know what we're dealing with and once we have something firm, then we can say, this is what it looks like, this is what it is. And then we can move forward in kind of mitigating some of those other things that come along with it. Prop 39 is not always ideal. I would say that in the case of the middle school in the portable situation, not quite ideal. We want a very engaged environment that's enriched for our students so that they can really participate in their educational experience to the fullest potential. And so that's always what we try to advocate for. And then tonight, when the board does have time to look through the facility use agreement and have discussion on it, then the board, a little bit later on, will tell you where the board will actually go into or can go into a vote to approve or decline the offer. So some of the things that the board takes into account when they're making decisions, the number one is always safety and security. So do we have a safe space? Do we have secure locations? Do we have enough space for the educational program that we want to provide for our students? Do we have those dedicated spaces, especially like a STEAM lab or computer labs or CTE programs that we want or have here at OPA? Do we have enough space for those to grow and flourish? But then also, do we have enough space for our staff? Do we have enough restroom facilities? Do we have enough parking lots? Do we have enough green space for field use for the athletic programs? Those are the things that we look at and we want to strongly advocate for because, again, our students deserve equivalent spaces and equivalent educational settings that the other SVUSD students would receive. We also look at like drop off and pickup, and is that an easy transition? Do we have enough room within the community? Is there enough space allocated for drop-off pickup? And then proximity to the other schools, and then more importantly, space to expand. So we want to make sure that we do have enough space in those classroom settings for students to move around and engage in collaborative spaces within the classroom, and then maybe go back out into independent learning activities. So those are the things that we want to take into account whenever we are looking at spaces. And we also want to make sure that other areas across the district are taking in information from you as families as well. So when we engage in the LCAP process, the LCAP does have a facility section in it, making sure that we are continuing to have top-notch facilities to educate our children. Also, school site councils, honor societies, which are a great sense of support for us, and then ED forums. And then as we move into next year with the strategic planning portion, you'll see more of those ED forums coming up on the horizon. And then lastly, this is where we currently stand. So SVUSD has offered a facility use agreement, and that was issued to us April 28th, which was last Monday. We are meeting to go over and review those facility use agreements. The one agreement for SV would be remaining at the Aliso site. The middle school site, the facility use agreement, the option is a San Joaquin Elementary location. So when the board reviews the agreements and the documents that we have currently, We will, on the next regularly scheduled meeting, remember in the beginning, I said that they can't vote at a special meeting. That would be the earliest time that the board could engage in a vote to approve or decline the facility use agreements. And then when our board votes to approve, if they do, then that would trigger SVUSD to vote to approve the facility use agreements. And at that point, that could happen as earliest as June 2nd. And at that point, the contract would be signed by both parties, and then we could proceed forward into planning and triaging how we would go about moving or how we would go about the relocation, which of course we would engage with our stakeholder groups, our families, our staff, our administrative teams in order to produce a plan in order to go forward with any such move. And then do you have questions? Of the board, sorry. Sorry about that. I'm speaking to you, not to them.
Any questions?
Yeah.
Certain comments?
Go ahead.
I need a moment. then.
Okay. So just a quick question regarding. So on the application timeline, it said that the final facilities offer was April 1st, but we didn't actually receive it until April 28th.
It happens in April.
Okay.
So when they give us the final offer, because they went through that consolidation process, it was slightly delayed coming to us, but it does come to us in April.
Okay, so we did not get it until April 28th.
April 28th is the
Okay.
timeframe we got it.
Okay,
I just want to reconfirm what I heard you say in that with the timeline. Even though there's been a lot of chatter and of course the process that SVUSD has been going through to consolidate certain things have surfaced. We as a board and as an organization did not know what they would offer us ultimately until this past Monday when we received that agreement.
That's correct. So we did not know at any point in time, we knew the quantity of classrooms per se that our enrollment would equate to, but we did not know what the final offer would be until Monday, April 28th, when we received the final offers from SVUSD. And at this point, the board would have the decision to accept the offers or decline. And in declining the offer, this board declined the offer, you're absolving them of their Prop 39 obligation. So they would no longer be obligated to give us another offer.
Sorry, I just want to follow up. Based on the offer we received, there is no option for our middle school to continue to reside on this campus. Is that
That was
correct?
not in the offer.
Thank you.
And I know that the offer is not released to the public yet. It's just released to the board at this time, but that was not in the offer. The offer was the San Joaquin location.
I'm just gonna ask one more follow-up question on that. So when they decided to make the offer to us, they can pretty much say that if we don't accept this, for example, like if we don't accept this, what are our options at that point?
So if we decline the offer, so there's not this negotiation back and forth where we can position ourselves differently for, say, a different location or a different site. This would be the site that they are deeming that they would give us to offset the enrollment of students that they would normally serve, but we are serving.
Okay,
So if we decline, then what we would do is absolve them of their Prop 39 obligation to us, and we would have to find a different site to locate.
so we wouldn't have a facility.
So we
We
would
would not have a facility that Saddleback would offer us.
not have a facility that Saddleback would offer us.
So
This is their offer.
this is their offer. So we take
It's
this.
just like when the portables came in, that was their offer. There was no way to dispute. You could have declined it, but the portables would have been there. We just wouldn't have been in them. Right? So we would have had to find a different location because when you decline, you're absolving them of their obligation to provide space.
Got it.
So we would take it upon ourselves to find space.
Okay.
And do we currently have a plan for alternative space off this campus if we decline their offer?
We do not currently have an alternative site located or in mind, because this is only 1 week away from the original offer. So this is the first time that the board would weigh in on any discussion of that nature. So it wouldn't be that we would find an alternative site, the board would direct us to find an alternative site.
And then we would have to pay for it ourselves or
We
what?
would have to enter into whatever agreement so a different charter school who did not have a facility use with a specific district, they would have to go to other local organizations, churches, what have you, that would have an equivalent amount of space or a facility that's conducive to education.
Okay.
Now that we've had a location, are we actively working on a plan to help with parents who are dropping off at 2 locations? And will that be presented to us at the next board meeting?
So we have not had a ton of time with that information either, but in the short amount of time in the weeks that we have driven the sites. We have driven the sites in terms of drop off pickup to try to see what parents would actually embody and feel and experience, to try to figure out and triage the 3 of us. And I just want to welcome Miss Maggie Burdett as the CAO. So welcome to your first. And right into the hot seat. So I'm sorry, but we have tried to formulate, looking at the drop off pickup time, looking at adjustments that we could make. We're trying to formulate breakfast and different experiences for families to engage in, and more importantly, understand if there is an additional amount of time to go from, say, SOC to the San Joaquin site or SV to the San Joaquin site, or in reverse, what that would look like and how we could modify our current schedules to make it more conducive for families. After this, whenever the board does take action to approve or decline, we would then have an executive director forum and invite the public in to make sure that all of their questions, comments, concerns they could have complete expression of, and that we can factor them into triaging and providing mitigating strategies. So we have begun some of those mitigating strategies. I think we put pen to paper and we've kind of routed out some good ones. Of course, there's probably more that could be had with engaging with our stakeholders, and we will continue to do that until we formulate that plan. And to speak to the last point, yes, there will be another presentation at the board meeting to kind of go through some of those things that we can do immediately. And then we will be announcing in the board brief both the executive director forum and then other ways that our families can engage with us to help triage, should the board approve.
Can I just, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I just want to put an exclamation point on the stakeholder engagement piece. Obviously, if we move forward, I mean, we have to move forward one way or another with something, right? And I just think, yes, the more we can do to increase communication that's effective, the better, of course. We know change is always disruptive and hard no matter what. So what I want to put an exclamation point on is that this board, we make decisions that impact students' lives every month when we come together. And I just wanted to say my practice and the practice I've seen of my other boards mates, we try to be as conversant as possible with the data we're provided by staff, with the information we receive from stakeholders, whether it be directly through emails, whether it be through public comment, whether it be through the LCAP process, the site councils, like you said, the honor society. We are always intaking information. And especially when it came to the middle school over these past 2 years, there's been a flood of information as we've been trying to settle and establish, right?
Mhm.
And so all of that for me has factored into this full process. And it has not been in isolation, at least from what I've observed. So I just want to thank staff and again, stakeholders who engage. I know some of you on the daily in terms of your support for the organization, and just know that that information goes somewhere and it is factored in. So.
And I just want to echo that. I think when Ms. Burdett and myself came on board, we had to do forums too with regard to the middle school. And there was a lot of families who feel very impassioned about having a state-of-the-art facility, and so do we. And I know that the board does as well. And so I think that we try to move every mountain that we possibly can and make those educational settings as quality and enriching as they possibly can. And that has come to me in a variety of ways too, entering into the organization. And I probably know you, Ms. Burdette, more than myself, because you've lived the middle school in particular. So I do know that all of any sort of change or disruption is difficult. And we will commit to you to make every mitigating strategy we can to make it as smooth as possible, should the board go forward and decide to accept the offers that we have presented. But at this time, we cannot change the offers that are presented, and we don't get to determine, that's the difficult part, like what offers are presented to the board.
Dr. Fricker, I'd like to thank you. This has been very helpful. I'm looking forward to next week's presentation, which will hopefully even share more than was shared tonight. And especially around strategies and things that will really kind of show what we'll be able to do to really support our families. So,
And we will bring that back.
thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right, moving on to public input. Members of the public may make comments on items listed on the agenda and non-agendized items only. A speaker may not relinquish their time to another person. Is there any comments on the agenda or non-agendized items? Okay, just as a reminder, each speaker can only speak for 3 minutes, and we do have a 20-minute cap. Depending on how many speakers we have tonight, we might look at that. And then the other thing is this is a one-way communication to the board. We cannot comment on it. We can only direct staff to take action if need be.
Right, so we have some in-person comments and then some that have been received via the public comment email. So we'll go ahead and start with those that are in person. Would Casey Murray like to join us at the podium? Thank you. Oh.
I'm sure it was pretty big.
Wait, are you ready? Okay.
Hey, it starts. Kind of feels like everything I'm about to say is moot after hearing everything that you guys have said, because I do want to put in like writing or like what happened when like families started here in TK, like, and you say we're only on a yearly basis. Why is it that this, I mean, we have 5-6 years. I was always expecting my kid to finish here in 8th grade, you know, like what happened? So like, that's, I think a lot of parents were like, what, why now? Why is this all happening now? So if that could be addressed, I guess next time. I'm going to read it just because I did it. So, because it just feels kind of anyways, and I know you're all human, so just please, I am too, and it is passion. So I'm here tonight as a parent and a voice for many families who feel unheard, unseen, and unvalued. Again, after hearing what you had to say, 2 years ago, the board broke a commitment, it feels like, to keep OPA a TK through 8th school. A vision we believed in, supported, and helped build. That commitment has since been stripped away, it feels like. And with it, the sense of stability, connection, and trust that once defined our OPA family. The charm, philosophy, and spirit that made OPA so special have been slowly diluted. I feel like it feels like, yeah, feels diluted. Not by accident, but by a pattern of decisions made without transparency and without genuine engagement with the families and staff who have been given so much to this, who have given so much to the school. Let's be clear, the parents, teachers, and staff have made lemonade out of lemons that left us. We showed up to support our children and kept the community spirit alive despite the challenges that were put in our path. But now we're proposing to move the school again, another disruption that will fracture what little unity we have left. Splitting our children, our staff, and our parent community across even more distance will stretch us a bit thin. The drive times alone will discourage volunteering, damping fundraising, and making it possible for many to stay involved. We're already losing founding families, families that helped open the Saddleback Valley campus, families that believed in the mission at OPA and built culture with our bare hands. And if this move goes forward, we'll feel like we've lost even more. What kind of community will be left? And with a dwindling community comes lower enrollment. Lower enrollment means less funding, fewer programs, and eventually no school at all.
That's a nice.
That's
touch.
not, it's a real. Is that my cue? Like we're
Yeah.
almost done?
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
That's walkout music.
Yes,
That's okay.
Sorry.
thank you.
Thank you. All right, the next comment card I have is from Brandy James, if you'd like to join us at the podium. Hi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brandy James. I'm a parent of 3 students currently, or that were at SOC. And it's been my absolute joy to be a volunteer librarian at the SOC campus for the past 11 months of school. And I'm here with a big smile and an even bigger reason to be excited about the new middle school location and also for the SV campus. As a parent, I know the power of books. Libraries are more than just quiet rooms. They are launch pads for imagination, a safe haven for curious minds, and the heartbeat of learning, giving our students a space to explore stories, research new ideas, and fall in love with reading. It's a gift they'll carry forever. They deserve to have a dedicated space for a library, just like all other schools have. So thank you for helping us move to a space that our students deserve, where we can finally say, shh, our future is thinking.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next comment card is from Bar Samnani. Oh, online?
He's online.
The middle one.
Mr. Samnani, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you so much. First of all, thank you very much to all the board members for giving us your volunteer time. I'm a board member of other organizations, and I understand how you feel right now and all the efforts and times that you put into this process. Thank you. 2 of my kids, one of them is here with me right now, and my wife. 2 of my, well, I have 2 kids, and they both have gone to OPA, and one graduated, and the other one is in 5th grade, and hoping to go to the middle school next year at OPA at the current location. That's the reason that we are joining you and express our feelings and issues that we have. There are several. One, I would start with communication. I understand this was a very short fused, so to speak, process, but you know, us being a parent and being so involved in our kids' day-to-day lives, we would have expected a lot more time to even digest this news that we heard through the grapevines for the new school. This was really short-sighted, and it doesn't give us any time to even plan for the next year in the event that the school change. So I don't know what happened. I would suggest that, you know, maybe school and the board may want to consider whatever happens for the next year, because honestly, a lot of people work, commute, drop off the kids on the way to work, and there's just a lot involved to make this happen. Number 2 is the way to communicate it. We receive a lot of emails every week for different matters, some important, some not so important. I think this could have been an easy subject, at least to break in and kind of educate us on your effort to find a better school. Obviously, we are very appreciative of your intention, a pure good intention to make improvements. But there was absolutely no communication about this, which is disappointing. Third one, talking about the actual issue that changing the school, we're wondering why even changing the school, what prompted that, And in the event that you deny or the district denies giving you the new campus, can we look for another campus, and would the district pay for it? Hypothetically, we don't know. As the lady mentioned, we don't know what's going to happen at this point. So I would like to know, can district will pay for a new campus if this didn't go through for whatever reason? But lastly, I want to just kind of put that in your mind. What goes through thousands of people who bring their kids to the school? Distance is a huge factor here. We would be at 10 miles to the new school. If we were going to the new school, that's like 20 miles a week, basically. A day, I'm sorry, 20.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, that I believe is all the in-person. We just had 3. So we will go to, I have a stack of several, so I will begin reading. This is from Teresa Alderson. Good evening. I tried to submit it electronically, but the form is not available. I'd like to read out loud the following comment. Okay. So good evening, board members. My name is Teresa Alderson. I have twin boys in 5th grade that attend OPA SB. I am here to express my deep frustration and disappointment regarding the non-communication of the potential relocation of Oxford Preparatory Academy Middle School for the 25-26 school year. The absence of timely notification may create serious burdens for families. The proposed move to 22182 Barbara, Laguna Hills, California 92653 increases commute times, transportation costs, disrupts established childcare arrangements, and impacts students' well-being due to longer travel and stress. More troubling is the lack of transparency throughout this process. Families were not consulted, given explanations, or offered solutions in advance. This is a breach of trust. Additionally, I find it incredibly disrespectful that my initial email in February of 2025 to Dr. Fricker, Executive Director, regarding this critical issue went unanswered. Follow-up email also failed to elicit any response. This lack of acknowledgement from a senior leader within the school administration only exacerbates the feeling that our concerns are being ignored and dismissed. Furthermore, this announcement was made past the deadline for school of choice applications in our surrounding districts. This severely limits our ability to seek alternative educational options for our children for the upcoming school year. We are now faced with the difficult choice of either accepting the unfavorable possible new location or potentially disrupting our children's education by seeking other options outside of the typical school choice window. Did someone start the timer, by the way? To address this issue, I request the following: a clear explanation for the potential location change, consideration of relocating OPA SB Elementary to the new campus, keeping the middle school at its current site to serve as a cohesive central location for the elementary schools to feed into. If relocation proceeds, transportation support, example, buses for students outside of a 5-mile radius, perhaps a bus line from each elementary to bus the students to the new site, financial aid for impacted families that could offset this heavy burden, flexibility during the transition, tardiness assignments, mental health and counseling services, community building initiatives and parent support, a dedicated transition team. Finally, I would like a commitment to better communication going forward. We are all stakeholders at OPA schools, not just the board, not just the staff, but all of us, parents, guardians, students, the board, and staff. We deserve transparency, compassion, and meaningful action. I look forward to a prompt response and a plan to address these concerns. Thank you. I might need it after a couple more of these.
Please hit the timer again.
You're good? Okay.
I'll take it.
All right, let's do that. Fun. This is from Trinity Douglas to the board. I'm disappointed to hear, not through any school news or official channels, but through word of mouth, that once again, you are making a decision that affects the students, families, and staff without them having a seat at the table to comment. Frankly, it's PTSD from 2 years ago, and I'm sure most of our families are heated. We all made the decisions to trust you just a short while ago on this exact proposal, and you didn't deliver well then. Why would we trust you again? I have 4 students at OPA SB. I have had all my kids with you since TK, and now my oldest is about to graduate 4th. How would I pick up 3 elementary students and 1 middle school student at another campus? How would I drop them off? How would I make all these events that I need to be present for? The volunteering, the sports, the performances, the award ceremonies. You may not see those details because the registration numbers and the bottom line of the profits are more your concern. But we came to OPA because it was a TK through 8 option, and our kids had a great opportunity to be with their cousins and siblings throughout their elementary and middle school education. Unfortunately, after your last middle school decision, their cousins no longer wanted to attend OPA. Who will they lose with this next choice you make for all of us? The proposal to move the middle school onto a divided back campus wasn't great, but it gave us that opportunity still, so we stayed. We heard of the challenges and troubles, and it seemed like this year was different for that campus. Just when we're starting to feel a little settled in that decision that it would be okay, you're tossing that in the dumpster again. For what? More profits? It seems that the back campus will not revert to OPA Elementary. It could go to another school. So we shrunk our campus for a short-term, short-sighted solution. I'm sure you will be receiving funding from the lease of that back campus, as that was part of the perk for the middle school. You will lose teachers, staff, students, and families with this choice. Let's be honest, our actual campus is sad. The parking situation is terrible. There's no place for kids to gather and play while they wait for siblings, but that's not why many of our families are there. We are there for the teachers who dedicate their whole souls to their families and students. We are there because amidst the challenges that our campus presents is a beating heart and soul that is the staff, teachers, and admin on that campus. What you are continuing to propose is not actually taking into consideration what makes OPA special. You are breaking it apart, arguing it's for space, but knowing it's for profit. If you want to create another OPA in the county, go for it. I'm sure your lottery will be less stressful for all new incoming families. Please let the SB Middle School and Elementary School stay as is. There's a short one for you. For you. So, all right.
This is a public comment from Christine Lemsha. If the middle school campus moves to San Joaquin, how will you accommodate parents who have siblings at other OPA campuses? Is it possible to have busing available? I know I only speak for myself, but I would be happy to pay for this type of service to help our school days run more smoothly. Thank you. Christine, OPA SOC 5th grade.
This comment is from Susan Lee. Dear board members, I'm writing to express my deep disappointment and frustration regarding the lack of communication and late notification about the possible change in location for Oxford Preparatory Academy Middle School for the 2025-2026 school year. This decision, and especially the timing of how it's being communicated, is unacceptable. The relocation will create hardship for the families, including my own. The lack of transparency around this possible relocation has placed an undue burden upon us, forcing parents to rush and possibly make difficult last-minute arrangements. Some of the concerns we are now facing include, but are not limited to, increased travel time and costs. The potential new location at 22182 Barbera, Laguna Hills, California 92653 would significantly increase the commute for many families. This not only means more time and traffic, but also added transportation expenses and less time for students to focus on studies or extracurricular activities. Many of us chose OPA with location as a major factor, and decisions like this, made without timely communication, feel like a betrayal of that trust. It's disheartening and incredibly stressful to be left in the dark on a matter that so deeply affects our children's education and our families' routines. I respectfully request a detailed explanation of the reasons behind the possible location change. Families deserve to understand what factors are driving this decision and how it aligns with the best interests of our students and community. Additionally, are there any other location options being considered that are closer and may better serve the needs of our families? Exploring alternatives that reduce the burden on families should be a priority in this process. I sincerely hope the board recognizes the seriousness of this issue and takes immediate steps to improve communication and transparency with families moving forward. Sincerely, Susan Lee.
Thank you. Next one is Lori Johnston. Dear members of the OPA board, I am writing out a profound concern regarding the news of changing the location of Oxford Preparatory Academy Middle School. As a room parent who is very connected with the parents of our classrooms, I know I can speak on behalf of many families when I say that splitting the middle school into its own campus in the first place was a disappointment. The surveys that went out gave little room for disagreement with the plan that was clearly already in place. This has been sprung on us in a similar fashion, and we are clearly told there would be more transparency following that abrupt announcement 2 years ago. Now that we have finally adjusted the unnecessary changes, we are once again being uprooted. This seemingly new development is disappointing and frustrating at the least. We enrolled at the OPA Middle School this year for an incoming sixth grader with the understanding that the campus would stay where it is currently. We attended the preview night and received the tour of the campus along with the presentation discussing the campus as its current address. There was no mention of moving or potentially changing school sites. It's simply unacceptable to make this change so late in the school year after enrollment. Furthermore, the open enrollment window for the school of choice has passed, making it difficult to attend a school of our choice within our surrounding districts. Uprooting our children and putting them out of OPA after 7 years is something we never wanted or planned to do, but it appears to be something we are faced with. Your middle school enrollment numbers will most certainly be impacted in a negative way. It is my wholehearted hope and request that the board would bring a stop to moving OPA Middle School to the new location. One of the primary reasons our family chose OPA was because we like the K-8 model and that this particular school followed. The best case scenario would be to return to that model as soon as possible. If that isn't possible, we would like to settle for keeping things as they are currently with OPA Middle School campus sharing campus with South Back Valley. Please take these things into careful consideration. Sincerely, Lori.
Dear OPA board members, this is from Anita Shaw. First, thank you for your time and consideration. As a parent and a healthcare provider, I'm asking for serious discussion with all stakeholders, especially parents, prior to agreement of a new location of OPA Middle School. I'm deeply concerned about the lack of transparency thus far. Concerns. Number one, current students have already been relocated once and are now being asked to move again. I, as a pediatrician, and yourselves as educators, both know the fragility and importance of stability of this age group, and it is not in their best interest to move again. Two, another health-related impact of moving schools is the effect that it will have on sleep, given that the school is much further away for many families. This not only affects travel time for our middle schoolers, but elementary age siblings as well. This additional transit time and earlier wake up will have undeniable impacts on academic success, as well as behavior seen on campus. Additionally, it is insurmountable barrier for many families, and we will see enrollment drop off. Proposed solutions after further discussion with parents. Number one, a way to closer campus from SBUSD, as some are anticipated to close in upcoming years. Two, return back to K-8. 3, exchange the location of SOC or SB and middle school so parents drop off middle schoolers on their way to the elementary school. 4, do not change, promote the middle school chancellor during this transition. Fundamentally, this change needs to be undertaken with further consideration, discussion, and not after the school choice deadline. You have left parents with no choices and very little voice, and to put the blame on SBUSD or the Brown Act is far below what we expect of you as leaders. Transparency, buy-in, and time is what we as parents need. I know you are in a difficult situation, but feel confident we can get through it together. Warmly, Dr. Anita Shaw.
Dear board members, I am not the first nor the last that will bring these points forward. However, as a parent at Saddleback Valley for the past 7 years, this potential new campus announcement, late notice, and lack of communication to families will likely signal our last year. I've been a member of Honor Society for the last 3 years and devoted much of my personal time to be a part of the culture and community of Saddleback Valley. As many families, we were drawn to the K-8 model and were in staunch disagreement with the hasty decision to build a school campus portable to community. However, in the face of campus miles away, 9 miles from my residence in Mission Viejo, and a 24-minute drive to proposed campus, the portable campus is still a better option than we are hearing. Again, no communication from the board or administration school, but we find out via internet articles, I am feeling abandoned by the school and left without time to make other arrangements. I live very close to SOC and know that these other families will also be unwilling to make such a commute and will be left feeling as unvalued. Asking folks to get on the freeway during morning rush hour to get to school is unreasonable and will never be agreed to. Admission numbers will drop by 50% minimum of loyal OPA families, which will result in open admittance to local Laguna Hills families, none of which will attend the same high schools that SV and SOC families are zoned for. This will make an easy decision for current OPA families to pull their kids now and enroll at their local middle school. As devastating as that will be to the kids, at least they will be building friendships for their high school years. Busing children is the only option where myself and others may consider staying on their journey with OPA. Putting the responsibility back on the families to do hectic carpools will just continue to build resentment. The timing of this announcement leaves families with multiple children scrambling, myself included, with school choice period passed. Folks will be more than resentful, feeling betrayed. Betrayed that the board in their haste and desperation to get a physical site will do so at the sacrifice of all the families that have made OPA what it is. I'm severely disappointed in the lack of care and concern for the well-being of the existing community, the lack of communication throughout this process, the lack of leadership within the schools, considering us, families, and students. It will be a great mistake for the board to accept a school site that will not serve the existing community. Sincerely, Leslie Sherrock, parent of 2 students, member of OPA since 2000.
To Adam Wright, I'm writing to express my concern and complaint regarding the recent change in school location for OPA Middle School. Currently, our daughter, Sana Patel, who is a 5th grader at OPA Saddleback Valley, is commuting from Rancho Santa Margarita. The new location will significantly increase the commute time for our family, making it difficult to manage our daughter's after-school activities and appointments. If there is a change in location, we'll have to seriously reconsider other options for middle school next year. I request that the school reconsider the new location and retain the current Lake Forest location for the middle school. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter. I look forward to hearing from you soon. Sincerely, Dara and Samir Patel.
Dear sir, ma'am, I'm extremely concerned with the possibility of middle school relocating to Laguna Hills. I am a working mother with 3 children going to OPA in the upcoming school year, 1 in middle school, 1 in 2nd grade, and 1 in TK. Changing the middle school location will make drop-offs and pickups extremely difficult, and I might have to reluctantly look into enrolling them at a school closer to home. My request is to please reconsider this move and take into consideration the situation of existing families. Thank you, Una. Sorry if I said that wrong.
This is from Nicole Forbes. Dear members of the OPA Executive Board, I'm writing to share my concern after hearing that the board is considering relocating the middle school to Laguna Hills. My family has been at OPA SB since it opened in 2016. While I haven't been thrilled with the current middle school arrangement or location, we, like many other families, chose to stick with OPA because we believe deeply in the school's culture, values, and commitment to academic excellence. We believe that most of the middle school's growing pains have been worked through and that smoother days were ahead. Introducing another abrupt relocation, especially without input from parents, risks unraveling the trust that many of us have held onto. Families have already adjusted a lot. Moving the middle school to Laguna Hills on such short notice would only increase the instability. Years ago, when the idea of a separate middle school was introduced, we were promised that the location would be between SV and SOC campuses. That is not Laguna Hills. This change would bring longer commutes, disrupt routines, separate students from their peer groups, and place additional stress on our children. OPA's strengths has always come from its community. I urge you not to move forward with any relocation plans without first seeking transparent dialogue and full support from parents and professors. Decisions of this magnitude must be made with respect for the real-world impact on the families who all call OPA home. Thank you for your time and consideration, Nicole Forbes. Last one. Start at the top. It's referencing the thing below. Yeah.
Just. Hello, I would like to make note of the following to be read for my comments at the board meeting. Why OPA justified the campus here at SV. Lease free as referenced below sounds good for a few more years to me and my family. Thank you, Jillian Gray, OPA mom. And I'll read it. OPA Middle School update. It looks like it's referencing an email dated May 3rd, 2023. Dear OPA families and staff, I'm very excited to announce that we have a new site for our OPA Middle School campus. Saddleback Valley Unified School District is free to build a new middle school campus in on the large space behind our OPA Saddleback Valley campus off Dune Mere and Blackfoot and Lake Forest. The new site will allow OPA to provide all the programs and courses planned for our new middle school in a convenient location to both our current elementary school sites. SVUSD has also agreed to provide the new facilities for OPA Middle School without charging lease fees for either OPA SV or OPA MS, saving over $300,000 that can now be used in the classrooms at each site. As we look toward the future of our OPA Middle School students, I'm very excited that they will now have access to fully equipped middle school science labs being installed in the new facility, locker rooms, a technology lab, outside lockers, a music room, world language rooms, multiple sports fields, and basketball and volleyball courts. In addition, the middle school facility will be completely separate from the current OPA SV site. OPA MS will have separate lunch areas, main office, classrooms, fields, playgrounds, and even a separate parking lot entrance. There will be no intermixing with OPA SV students. Please see the informational video for a more detailed description of the new OPA Middle School. We invite everyone to join us at a virtual town hall Thursday, May 4th, 2023 at 5:30 p.m. We will be going over the information regarding the new middle school facilities, elective offerings, after-school programs, and bell schedules. We will continue to provide updates throughout the rest of the year and into the summer regarding the new middle school site, programs, and activities. Please make sure to check the school website and email communications for updates. Have a wonderful afternoon. Sincerely, Amy Kernan, Executive Director.
So can you just restate your intent after receiving all this input in terms of?
Well, we have to direct staff. So,
Well, I thought it was already, sorry. Okay, do we
Yeah.
want to give a direction then?
yes, I would like to direct staff to review all the comments for tonight and questions. And please make sure it's incorporated into the presentation that will be given at the next meeting. Does that sound good? Okay, thanks. Yeah, that's where you're going, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That's something that had already been said about it.
Okay, yeah. All right. Thank you all for the community input. We really appreciate stakeholder input. Next is the executive director report.
I yield my time back to you.
Okay, thank you. Next is the board of directors reports. Samira, would you like to start?
Okay, I just wanted to take a moment to thank all the parents, both online and in person, for joining us today and sharing your opinions with us on this very important issue. I too am a parent of a soon-to-be middle schooler and an elementary student, so many, if not all, of the things you've said have been things that have been going through my mind as we consider this agreement and all of the impacts that'll have on both our kids. Having you here and expressing the significance of these impacts is crucial to advocating for keeping the well-being of our kids and families at the center of whatever.
I'm gonna reiterate what he said. I have a high schooler who goes to school in Santa Ana, so I understand that commute is an issue and we appreciate you coming out to share your feedback, and stakeholder input is a really big part of OPA and how we care and how we make decisions. So thank you for that.
I'll echo the sentiment, just a huge thank you, and would ask for continued input and feedback, especially as we will continue to navigate change, as was stated. We don't always get multi-year agreements, so when we do have to do these things annually, there's always the opportunity or challenge for disruption. And so we just appreciate constant input and striving towards doing what's best for our students. So thank you.
I also am an OPA parent. I have one that is in high school that went through TK through 8. I was a founder in SC, as well as I have two current middle schoolers, and I have an incoming TK student. As a parent that has actually had kids at 4 different schools at one time, I understand the challenges that we're facing as an organization. But I just want to reiterate how much I appreciate everybody coming and showing up. And I'd love to share that we as a board try to lead with as much compassion and as much soul as this organization stands for. It's a very special organization for our children, all of our children every year. And we do our utmost as a board and a community to try to lead it the best we can. But please know that your input is always invaluable in every email, every comment card, every survey, every way that you share it with us is incredibly meaningful. And everything you do for OPA, from being in the classroom to getting supplies and all the things that make OPA a special place. I just want to take a moment and thank you all for everything you're doing and always have been doing for OPA. It makes us a very special community. We really thank you for the input. And with that, I will yield the rest of my time. We have to reconvene back into closed session to continue our closed session agenda items. So we will move the meeting into closed session at 8:47 p.m. Thank you. Good evening and welcome back to open session of the Oxford Preparatory Academy special meeting of the Board of Directors. The meeting will reconvene to open session at 11:17 p.m. There is no report out of action taken during closed session. Last item is adjournment. It is recommended that the board adjourn the special meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors on May 5th, 2025. May I please have a motion?
I motion to adjourn.
All right. With all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any noes? Okay, so moved. Meeting is adjourned at 11:17.